Do you want a bank that puts the pro before the product? You see, products don't see the bigger picture for businesses, experts do. This is why Nedbank Business Banking offers you a team of experts that will immerse themselves in understanding your business needs to guide your growth during a time when products alone simply aren't enough. So, in an ever-changing business world, do you want a bank that takes your money or a bank that takes your money seriously? Search Nedbank Bigger Picture Business Banking.
Dinner time. Not without the farm. Water. Not without safekeeping. Distribution. Not without the wholesaler, the retailer, or the bank that backs them all. Dinner time. Not without business. Standard Bank. It can be.
Elke jaar begin jy van vooraf. Beplan jy die uitkoms, plant jy, snoei jy, oorbrug jy die uitdagings. Want vandag tel vir môre. Afkry Landboudienste, jou landbouvernoot vir generasies.
Symposium is a solution-driven and future-focused agribusiness with a rich and proud history that extends over 112 years. Symposium GrainLink forms an integral part of the Symposium Group's product and service offering, while simultaneously enabling the entire agricultural value chain. As a frontrunner in the grain, procurement, handling and storage sector, Symposium GrainLink is strategically poised between the producer and the off-taker. Symposium, breaking new ground.
Absa Agribesigheid weet dat produsente funksioneer in 'n komplekse en dinamiese omgewing waarvoor daar spesifieke oplossings benodig word. Van ons markverslae tot ons strategies ontwikkelde agribesigheid SEB-oplossings. Daarom verdiep ons onsself in die landbousektor deur middel van verhoudings, borgskappe en industriegeleenthede. Ons wil deel van jou boerdery vorm. Maak ons deel van jou meesterstuk. From sunrise to sunset, you work the field living on hope and faith, trusting that the rain will fall. For weeks, months, and seasons you toil, believing that the harvest will come. For generations you invest so that one day you can reap the rewards. And you build so your plans will come through. At John Deere Financial, we understand that this journey requires not just quality products, but also partners who can walk the long path with you. Tailored financial solutions based on your unique business needs to lessen pressure on your cash flow. We are committed to stand with you through thick and thin. We have John Deere Financial representatives who will meet you on your farm to discuss the transaction and even contact your bookkeeper for all the necessary documentation, saving you a trip to the bank. As your partner, we know that the key to success is trust. That is why we have dedicated relationship bankers who will nurture and grow our shared businesses through flexible lending periods and detailed information regarding the best way to structure your installments. They will work to ensure you always receive highly competitive interest rates on your asset finance. Make John Deere Financial your partner in future growth and enjoy finance built for you.
Do you want a bank that puts the pro before the product? You see, products don't see the bigger picture for businesses, experts do. This is why Nedbank Business Banking offers you a team of experts that will immerse themselves in understanding your business needs to guide your growth during a time when products alone simply aren't enough. So, in an ever-changing business world, do you want a bank that takes your money or a bank that takes your money seriously? Search Nedbank Bigger Picture Business Banking.
Dinner time. Not without the farm. Water. Not without safekeeping. Distribution. Not without the wholesaler, the retailer, or the bank that backs them all. Dinner time. Not without business. Standard Bank. It can be.
Elke jaar begin jy van vooraf. Beplan jy die uitkoms, plant jy, snoei jy, oorbrug jy die uitdagings. Want vandag tel vir môre. Afkry Landboudienste, jou landbouvernoot vir generasies.
Symposium is a solution-driven and future-focused agribusiness with a rich and proud history that extends over 112 years. Symposium GrainLink forms an integral part of the Symposium Group's product and service offering, while simultaneously enabling the entire agricultural value chain. As a frontrunner in the grain, procurement, handling and storage sector, Symposium GrainLink is strategically poised between the producer and the off-taker. Symposium, breaking new ground.
Absa Agribesigheid weet dat produsente funksioneer in 'n komplekse en dinamiese omgewing waarvoor daar spesifieke oplossings benodig word. Van ons markverslae tot ons strategies ontwikkelde agribesigheid SEB-oplossings. Daarom verdiep ons onsself in die landbousektor deur middel van verhoudings, borgskappe en industriegeleenthede. Ons wil deel van jou boerdery vorm. Maak ons deel van jou meesterstuk. From sunrise to sunset, you work the field living on hope and faith, trusting that the rain will fall. For weeks, months, and seasons you toil, believing that the harvest will come. For generations you invest so that one day you can reap the rewards. And you build so your plans will come through. At John Deere Financial, we understand that this journey requires not just quality products, but also partners who can walk the long path with you. Tailored financial solutions based on your unique business needs to lessen pressure on your cash flow. We are committed to stand with you through thick and thin. We have John Deere Financial representatives who will meet you on your farm to discuss the transaction and even contact your bookkeeper for all the necessary documentation, saving you a trip to the bank. As your partner, we know that the key to success is trust. That is why we have dedicated relationship bankers who will nurture and grow our shared businesses through flexible lending periods and detailed information regarding the best way to structure your installments. They will work to ensure you always receive highly competitive interest rates on your asset finance. Make John Deere Financial your partner in future growth and enjoy finance built for you.
Do you want a bank that puts the pro before the product? You see, products don't see the bigger picture for businesses, experts do. This is why Nedbank Business Banking offers you a team of experts that will immerse themselves in understanding your business needs to guide your growth during a time when products alone simply aren't enough. So, in an ever-changing business world, do you want a bank that takes your money or a bank that takes your money seriously? Search Nedbank Bigger Picture Business Banking.
Dinner time. Not without the farm. Water. Not without safekeeping. Distribution. Not without the wholesaler, the retailer, or the bank that backs them all. Dinner time. Not without business. Standard Bank. It can be.
Elke jaar begin jy van vooraf. Beplan jy die uitkoms, plant jy, snoei jy, oorbrug jy die uitdagings. Want vandag tel vir môre. Afkry Landboudienste, jou landbouvernoot vir generasies.
Symposium is a solution-driven and future-focused agribusiness with a rich and proud history that extends over 112 years. Symposium GrainLink forms an integral part of the Symposium Group's product and service offering, while simultaneously enabling the entire agricultural value chain. As a frontrunner in the grain, procurement, handling and storage sector, Symposium GrainLink is strategically poised between the producer and the off-taker. Symposium, breaking new ground.
Absa Agribesigheid weet dat produsente funksioneer in 'n komplekse en dinamiese omgewing waarvoor daar spesifieke oplossings benodig word. Van ons markverslae tot ons strategies ontwikkelde agribesigheid SEB-oplossings. Daarom verdiep ons onsself in die landbousektor deur middel van verhoudings, borgskappe en industriegeleenthede. Ons wil deel van jou boerdery vorm. Maak ons deel van jou meesterstuk. From sunrise to sunset, you work the field living on hope and faith, trusting that the rain will fall. For weeks, months, and seasons you toil, believing that the harvest will come. For generations you invest so that one day you can reap the rewards. And you build so your plans will come through. At John Deere Financial, we understand that this journey requires not just quality products, but also partners who can walk the long path with you. Tailored financial solutions based on your unique business needs to lessen pressure on your cash flow. We are committed to stand with you through thick and thin. We have John Deere Financial representatives who will meet you on your farm to discuss the transaction and even contact your bookkeeper for all the necessary documentation, saving you a trip to the bank. As your partner, we know that the key to success is trust. That is why we have dedicated relationship bankers who will nurture and grow our shared businesses through flexible lending periods and detailed information regarding the best way to structure your installments. They will work to ensure you always receive highly competitive interest rates on your asset finance. Make John Deere Financial your partner in future growth and enjoy finance built for you.
Do you want a bank that puts the pro before the product? You see, products don't see the bigger picture for businesses, experts do. This is why Nedbank Business Banking offers you a team of experts that will immerse themselves in understanding your business needs to guide your growth during a time when products alone simply aren't enough. So, in an ever-changing business world, do you want a bank that takes your money or a bank that takes your money seriously? Search Nedbank Bigger Picture Business Banking.
Dinner time. Not without the farm. Water. Not without safekeeping. Distribution. Not without the wholesaler, the retailer, or the bank that backs them all. Dinner time. Not without business. Standard Bank. It can be.
Elke jaar begin jy van voor af. Beplan jy die uitkoms, plant jy, snoei jy, oorbrug jy die uitdagings. Want vandag tel vir môre. Afkrie Landboudienste, jou landbouvernoot vir generasies.
Symposium is a solution-driven and future-focused agribusiness with a rich and proud history that extends over 112 years. Symposium GrainLink forms an integral part of the Symposium Group's product and service offering, while simultaneously enabling the entire agricultural value chain. As a frontrunner in the grain, procurement, handling and storage sector, Symposium GrainLink is strategically poised between the producer and the off-taker. Symposium, breaking new ground.
Absa Agribesigheid weet dat produsente funksioneer in 'n komplekse en dinamiese omgewing waarvoor daar spesifieke oplossings benodig word. Van ons markverslae tot ons strategies ontwikkelde agribesigheid SEB-oplossings. Daarom verdiep ons onsself in die landbousektor deur middel van verhoudings, borgskappe en industriegeleenthede. Ons wil deel van jou boerdery vorm. Maak ons deel van jou meesterstuk. From sunrise to sunset, you work the field living on hope and faith, trusting that the rain will fall. For weeks, months, and seasons you toil, believing that the harvest will come. For generations you invest so that one day you can reap the rewards. And you build so your plans will come through. At John Deere Financial, we understand that this journey requires not just quality products, but also partners who can walk the long path with you. Tailored financial solutions based on your unique business needs to lessen pressure on your cash flow. We are committed to stand with you through thick and thin. We have John Deere Financial representatives who will meet you on your farm to discuss the transaction and even contact your bookkeeper for all the necessary documentation, saving you a trip to the bank. As your partner, we know that the key to success is trust. That is why we have dedicated relationship bankers who will nurture and grow our shared businesses through flexible lending periods and detailed information regarding the best way to structure your installments. They will work to ensure you always receive highly competitive interest rates on your asset finance. Make John Deere Financial your partner in future growth and enjoy finance built for you.
Do you want a bank that puts the pro before the product? You see, products don't see the bigger picture for businesses, experts do. This is why Nedbank Business Banking offers you a team of experts that will immerse themselves in understanding your business needs to guide your growth during a time when products alone simply aren't enough. So, in an ever-changing business world, do you want a bank that takes your money or a bank that takes your money seriously? Search Nedbank Bigger Picture Business Banking.
Dinner time. Not without the farm. Water. Not without safekeeping. Distribution. Not without the wholesaler, the retailer, or the bank that backs them all. Dinner time. Not without business. Standard Bank. It can be.
Elke jaar begin jy van voor af. Beplan jy die uitkoms, plant jy, snoei jy, oorbrug jy die uitdagings. Want vandag tel vir môre. Afkry Landboudienste, jou landbouvernoot vir generasies.
Symposium is a solution-driven and future-focused agribusiness with a rich and proud history that extends over 112 years. Symposium GrainLink forms an integral part of the Symposium Group's product and service offering, while simultaneously enabling the entire agricultural value chain. As a frontrunner in the grain, procurement, handling and storage sector, Symposium GrainLink is strategically poised between the producer and the off-taker. Symposium, breaking new ground.
Absa Agribesigheid weet dat produsente funksioneer in 'n komplekse en dinamiese omgewing waarvoor daar spesifieke oplossings benodig word. Van ons markverslae tot ons strategies ontwikkelde agribesigheid SEB-oplossings. Daarom verdiep ons onsself in die landbousektor deur middel van verhoudings, borgskappe en industriegeleenthede. Ons wil deel van jou boerdery vorm. Maak ons deel van jou meesterstuk. From sunrise to sunset, you work the field living on hope and faith, trusting that the rain will fall. For weeks, months, and seasons you toil, believing that the harvest will come. For generations you invest so that one day you can reap the rewards. And you build so your plans will come through. At John Deere Financial, we understand that this journey requires not just quality products, but also partners who can walk the long path with you. Tailored financial solutions based on your unique business needs to lessen pressure on your cash flow. We are committed to stand with you through thick and thin. We have John Deere Financial representatives who will meet you on your farm to discuss the transaction and even contact your bookkeeper for all the necessary documentation, saving you a trip to the bank. As your partner, we know that the key to success is trust. That is why we have dedicated relationship bankers who will nurture and grow our shared businesses through flexible lending periods and detailed information regarding the best way to structure your installments. They will work to ensure you always receive highly competitive interest rates on your asset finance. Make John Deere Financial your partner in future growth and enjoy finance built for you.
Do you want a bank that puts the pro before the product? You see, products don't see the bigger picture for businesses, experts do. This is why Nedbank Business Banking offers you a team of experts that will immerse themselves in understanding your business needs to guide your growth during a time when products alone simply aren't enough. So, in an ever-changing business world, do you want a bank that takes your money or a bank that takes your money seriously? Search Nedbank Bigger Picture Business Banking.
Dinner time. Not without the farm. Water. Not without safekeeping. Distribution. Not without the wholesaler, the retailer, or the bank that backs them all. Dinner time. Not without business. Standard Bank. It can be.
Elke jaar begin jy van voor af. Beplan jy die uitkoms, plant jy, snoei jy, oorbrug jy die uitdagings. Want vandag tel vir môre. Afkry Landboudienste, jou landbouvernoot vir generasies.
Symposium is a solution-driven and future-focused agribusiness with a rich and proud history that extends over 112 years. Symposium GrainLink forms an integral part of the Symposium Group's product and service offering, while simultaneously enabling the entire agricultural value chain. As a frontrunner in the grain, procurement, handling and storage sector, Symposium GrainLink is strategically poised between the producer and the off-taker. Symposium, breaking new ground.
Absa Agribesigheid weet dat produsente funksioneer in 'n komplekse en dinamiese omgewing waarvoor daar spesifieke oplossings benodig word. Van ons markverslae tot ons strategies ontwikkelde agribesigheid SEB-oplossings. Daarom verdiep ons onsself in die landbousektor deur middel van verhoudings, borgskappe en industriegeleenthede. Ons wil deel van jou boerdery vorm. Maak ons deel van jou meesterstuk. From sunrise to sunset, you work the field living on hope and faith, trusting that the rain will fall. For weeks, months, and seasons you toil, believing that the harvest will come. For generations you invest so that one day you can reap the rewards. And you build so your plans will come through. At John Deere Financial, we understand that this journey requires not just quality products, but also partners who can walk the long path with you. Tailored financial solutions based on your unique business needs to lessen pressure on your cash flow. We are committed to stand with you through thick and thin. We have John Deere Financial representatives who will meet you on your farm to discuss the transaction and even contact your bookkeeper for all the necessary documentation, saving you a trip to the bank. As your partner, we know that the key to success is trust. That is why we have dedicated relationship bankers who will nurture and grow our shared businesses through flexible lending periods and detailed information regarding the best way to structure your installments. They will work to ensure you always receive highly competitive interest rates on your asset finance. Make John Deere Financial your partner in future growth and enjoy finance built for you.
Do you want a bank that puts the pro before the product? You see, products don't see the bigger picture for businesses, experts do. This is why Nedbank Business Banking offers you a team of experts that will immerse themselves in understanding your business needs to guide your growth during a time when products alone simply aren't enough. So, in an ever-changing business world, do you want a bank that takes your money or a bank that takes your money seriously? Search Nedbank Bigger Picture Business Banking.
Dinner time. Not without the farm. Water. Not without safekeeping. Distribution. Not without the wholesaler, the retailer, or the bank that backs them all. Dinner time. Not without business. Standard Bank. It can be.
Elke jaar begin jy van voor af. Beplan jy die uitkoms, plant jy, snoei jy, oorbrug jy die uitdagings. Want vandag tel vir môre. Afkry Landboudienste, jou landbouvernoot vir generasies.
Symposium is a solution-driven and future-focused agribusiness with a rich and proud history that extends over 112 years. Symposium GrainLink forms an integral part of the Symposium Group's product and service offering, while simultaneously enabling the entire agricultural value chain. As a frontrunner in the grain, procurement, handling and storage sector, Symposium GrainLink is strategically poised between the producer and the off-taker. Symposium, breaking new ground.
Good morning, my name is Avi Kriel. It is my pleasure to welcome you to the third day of the Agbiz Grain Virtual Symposium with the theme The Grain Handling and Storage Sector Beyond 21. A warm welcome to everyone that has joined us this morning and a special welcome to our panelist and facilitator for today's discussion. The Agbiz Grain Symposium started off on Monday with a discussion on the cost of grain storage beyond 2021. And yesterday we had an interesting panel discussion on the opportunities and challenges faced by the storage sector. Today we continue with a discussion on the future technological advances beyond 2021. I welcome Prof. Ferdi Meyer, Managing Director, the Bureau for Food and Agricultural Policy, BFAP, who will be our facilitator for today's session, and he will introduce the panel to us. But firstly, I would like to ask Janita to open the proceedings in an appropriate way.
Good morning, everybody. Goeiemôre almal. Dumelang. This is day 3 of our symposium, and I'm here to just bring a short message to you today. I'm talk a little bit about character building in difficult times. Now, just to share from my own life, every year for the past 25 years or so, you know, my family and I will go to the bush or somewhere in the mountains where we are alone for a few days in January, and then just inquire of the Lord, what is going to happen this year and what are we to do, and, you know, set a few goals in terms of your personal goals and growth and spiritual goals. And my kids used to put their academic goals in place when they were younger. And then we check each other to make sure that we can actually grow and get to these sort of goals. Now, a couple of years ago, when all this corruption in South Africa started, you know, it really disturbed me. You know, we lost our moral compass, and I was really worried about it. And I found a very good piece of scripture, and this is in Ezekiel 22, where it describes the corruption of the time. And you could have put, you know, like any date in South Africa on that piece of scripture, explaining about how bad it is and how, you know, it deteriorates the societies. En ek was regtig gefrustreerd en ek het die Here gevra, nou wat moet nou gebeur? And I got to this verse 30 of that chapter 22, and it reads like this: I searched for a man amongst them who would build up a wall and stand in the gap before me for this land, that I should not destroy it, but I found no one. Gaan net vir julle in Afrikaans ook net. Ek het iemand tussen hulle gesoek wat 'n muur sou bou en vir die stad in die bres sou tree, dat dit nie vernietig word nie. And I think as leaders and as society, sometimes we become numb for all these things that goes wrong in our society. We don't look at the news any longer, and, you know, even the worst of things, the next Eskom thing is not actually disturbing us because we expect these sort of things to happen. And I said to myself, how do I react? What is it that I can do? You know, I can keep and make sure that my compass is on true north and that my life is in order, and, you know, all those sort of things. But as a citizen of the country, I'm also concerned. Now, what I've done is I love to study the characters of the Bible. And one of the characters that I want to share with you is the life of Elijah. He was a prophet it's written up in 1 Kings 17 and 18, the stories of his life. Now, Elijah, he came from a nowhere country or a nowhere place. You know, when you read about it, you hardly find it in history where this place was. So ek wil amper sê vir koringboere is dit nou Bitterfontein omtrent, want in my maal daar wou niemand koring van Bitterfontein af gehad het nie. But it is really, he was not a very important person or a known person. But then the Lord called him, and he went up to the king of the time, and he said, there's a sin, there's a problem here. And part of it was this corruption thing that you can just imagine how bad it can be. But there was also a lot of other sin in amongst the nation at that time. And he conveyed his message, and his message was that it's going to be dry, and it's going to be very dry. No rain, no dew, dis regtig groot droogte. And he didn't say exactly how long it's going to last. So he conveyed his message, and obviously the king wasn't happy with that, but I think, probably a lot of the people advise the kings and the presidents in these days and, make a decision whether they believe it or not. So I can just imagine that, maybe they didn't believe it at the time. And after the first year, it didn't rain. After the second year, it didn't rain. And obviously then they started getting worried. But the Lord also said to Elijah, he must go to a brook called Kerith, Krit, die spruit Krit. En ons ken nou die kinderbybel dat die kraaie vir hom kom kos gee en brood. Lasted for 3 years. Now you can just imagine, from the palace to obscurity almost, somewhere at a brook, every day is the same. You get up and you drink from the brook and you wash and maybe this and maybe that. But this is where Elijah had to build his character and to be prepared for training to actually get to what the Lord has called him for eventually somewhere in his life. Now he didn't, decide this and this is not for me. He obeyed and he stayed there until one day then the brook ran dry. Now obviously if it didn't rain for 3 years, the chances was quite high. But then the Lord said to him, he need to move on. Now, when you at Krit, now Krit, if you analyze the word in Hebrew, it actually said to be cut off, to be cut down. There was things that he need to change in his life to actually move on to the next thing that the Lord has called you. Now, when the Lord said he should move on, and he should move to another city, I think, in his mind, he probably thought it's going to be better, a lot better. Now, the journey from where he was to Zarephath was like 160 kilometers that he had to walk. Now, you can imagine if it's dry for 3 years. I've driven through the Northwest Free State and Northwest in 2016 when we didn't receive rain. And I mean, I took a lot of pictures, but I mean, it broke my heart to see what it looked like. Now, daai uitgewaide lande en die sand wat teen die drade opwaai, jy kan net daai prentjies onthou. Selfs daar op 'n stadium het iemand vir my 'n foto gestuur van 'n trein wat nie kan ry nie want die spore is toegewaai met die sand. Those pictures remain in my head. Now you can just imagine, 3 years, no rain, and now he has to travel through that country, all the dead animals along the road. But then Zarephath, the next city that he went to, it means like to melt, a smelt cruise, to be sort of even changed more. Now it's almost advanced training, and Elijah need some more change in his character and trust the Lord more so that he can do better and greater things. Now when we are challenged as leaders and it's going really tough, we don't want to wait upon the Lord for an answer or want to change our lives. We want to download something and, it must be through fiber and must be fast, and you don't want to wait for something to happen. This was a process that this chap went through to be refined, to be more useful. And I think, we do some training sometimes and we, cut a day or two off somewhere, but not longer than 3 days, because then you're too long away from the office and all those things. And we don't spend enough time in training to change our character. I'm not even talking about skills development. At one stage, I said to my staff, training only counts when it is a soft skill. When you do conflict management or, how to counsel somebody that's in trauma or, things like that, so that we can be better equipped to help our people. And this was the challenge that he had. So, sometimes we ask the Lord to make us strong, but we don't want to suffer. The suffering makes us stronger. And this is, when we look into what is happening in the country, sometimes what's happening in the sector, these are things that is on our way, on our path to help us to become stronger. So Elijah learned a few lessons at Kerith, and then he went on to Zarephath, where he performed quite a few miracles. So when your obedience and the Lord's faithfulness, collides, it provides miracles. And the third part of his life was where he actually went back to the king. And you can imagine that king, and especially his wife, Jezebel, she just wanted to kill him. Isabel was like my moeilike vrou gewees. And what happened at the end of the day is that he performed a lot of miracles after that because he trusted the Lord. And I want to summarize by saying that, you know, when times are tough for you, whether it's at work, at home, you know, in your life somewhere, this is a learning opportunity to change your character. But you need to be attentive and listen to what the Lord is telling you, where to change. I remember, you know, in a time when I was in the desert, the Lord said to me, I'm too opinionated. Now, obviously, as a CEO in the operations where I was, you know, I need to have an opinion about things. But the Lord said, you're too opinionated. You have to inquire of me first before you start giving opinions left, right, and center. So I want to close off with a book that I've read by Sam Chant talking about leadership pain. And he said, if you want to grow better leader, better manager, you need to deal with pain in your life. And if you're not having pain, you're not leading. And he said, you have to increase the threshold of your pain. And sometimes, you know, I keep on asking the Lord, I don't want to go through all this pain, you know, trying to help the country to be healed, trying to get us on a better foot when it comes to the economy, you know, get our master plans going and all of those sort of things so that we can grow the economy again and get, you know, rid of the poverty and all of these joblessness and jobless people. So for us as leaders and as managers, I want to encourage you, get your character in place. Make sure your character is sound so that the Lord can use you, and listen to what He's saying. You know, then the miracles will come and things will happen that is beyond our ability as managers and leaders in our sector. And this is the thing, you know, hang in there and endure the pain so that we can benefit all of that going forward. Let's just pray together. Father, thank you that you are so concerned about us, that you sometimes give us difficult circumstances so that you can work on our character, so that we can become better, useful instruments for you. Here, en ek wil bid dat u ook vir ons deur hierdie pyne in ons land sal lei, dat ons regtig met u wonderwerke weer reën sal kry in ons ekonomie en groei sal beleef. En dankie vir die wonderlike voorreg om in die landbou te kan wees, en dit wat ons die laaste klompie jare vanuit u hand uit ontvang. En ons kyk uit na 'n mooi seisoen, soos al die voorspellings kyk, Here, maar ons wil u vertrou daarvoor. Wil u vir ons reën kom gee op die regte tyd, Father, and if your rain comes, that the crops will be there so that we can grow our sector and feed our nations and even other nations through our exports. And we pray in the name of Jesus. Amen.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and again a warm welcome to the third day of the Agbiz Symposium in 2021. Thank you very much to Avi Kriel and to Jannie de Villiers for the introduction, and Jannie also, thank you very much for your very appropriate message this morning. I'm joined by panelists this morning to discuss a very exciting topic, a very appropriate topic in these times. Topic is referred to as the future technology advances beyond 2021. My name is Ferry Meyer, and I actually have a colleague in the panel this morning is sharing the name with me, so Ferry, good morning to you as well. I'll be doing an introduction of the panelists. I'm the Managing Director of the Bureau for Food and Agriculture Policy, and again, it's a great privilege for me to be here this morning to facilitate this session, and I'm certainly looking forward to some very interesting presentations and discussions afterwards. The way that we'll deal with the session this morning is we'll have a set of presentations. We have 5 panelists, a combination also of a video in between, and then we'll come back. We'll have a short break of about 15 minutes, and then we'll come back for a Q&A session where we look forward to your questions that you can pose on the login, on the chat, and we'll certainly look forward to those questions and deal with those also in the panel. Before we get to the presentations, I want to introduce our panelists. And we have two panelists here in the studio with us, Malcolm Holman, and he's the Managing Director of Agri-Enviro Solutions in South Africa. Malcolm, thank you very much for joining us this morning. And then Ferdinand Meyer, another Ferdinand from the Ronan Group, Group Sales and Marketing Manager. Good morning to you two here with us in the studio. And then online we have Jaap Rommelaar. He's the co-founder of Zoom Agri in Madrid, Spain. So Jaap, to you also, thank you very much for joining us, and we're certainly looking forward to your presentation. Francois Smit, the Sengen Group Operational Manager in South Africa. Also, Francois, warm welcome to you. Ladies and gentlemen, we have an international audience and as well an international panel this morning to deal with this very interesting topic. We're going to start off with a pre-recorded presentation by Ina van der Klerks and Dr. Liu Cheng. And they are from Wageningen University. Unfortunately, they couldn't join us this morning due to family emergencies. So we'll certainly miss them on the discussion. But I want to start off the presentation part of this session this morning by playing their presentation that was pre-recorded. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ine van der Vels. I give this presentation in collaboration with Cheng Liu, my colleague from the Wageningen Food Safety Research Center in Wageningen. And the title of the presentation is the development of information technology tools based on sensors and models to manage mycotoxins in the European value chain. And we will basically focus on grains, as you can see on this slide. So in the next slides, I shortly provide you the contents of the presentation. We will first go into the background of what are mycotoxins. Then I will explain a bit more on the My Toolbox project, which is on developing models and sensors for mycotoxin management, and we will go to the conclusions. Mycotoxins, as you may know, are toxic secondary metabolites from fungi that can produce crops in the field. And those mycotoxins, so those toxins, are able to cause disease in animals and in humans, and even they can cause deaths. Two of the most well-known fungi that produce mycotoxins are Aspergillus from the Aspergillus species. They produce aflatoxins. And you have Fusarium species, which can produce deoxynivalenol, zearalenol, and fumonisin. Yeah, as you can see on the next slide, mycotoxins have a large impact. They can result into losses, economic losses, because people get ill, and also animals get ill or have a lower productivity. So for instance, pig can have lower reproduction rates, of chicken can grow less. The prices of the contaminated crops are normally lower than crops that are not contaminated. And mycotoxins can even lead to large incidents in foods. And also, if you press the button, they can lead to illnesses in human and deaths. For instance, they can lead to acute effects, diarrhea, but also more long-term effects and even deaths. We go to the next slides. Yeah, I can go to the next one. Mycotoxins cannot fully be avoided, and that is because of the influences of our environment and of the weather on the presence of the fungi in fields, for instance. The fungi are often widely spread in the environment, and they can have spores and they can affect the grains and produce mycotoxins. And that is driven by certain weather effects on this fungal infection and toxin production. And also the more indirect effect of the transmission of the spores by wind. So also weather, but also via vehicles, trucks, machinery, and by insects and birds. Secondly, that often it's not visible that the fungus is present in the beginning, so when mycotoxins are produced, and only when there is a large infection, then it's clear that the crop is infected, because then you can also see it on the quality of the grain and the kernels and how they look like. And thirdly, once they are there, mycotoxins cannot easily be avoided by further processing in the chain, for instance by heating or by cooking, because they are very chemical stable contaminants. They cannot easily be downgraded. So what we need to do, we have to prevent as much as possible the presence of mycotoxins and keep their contamination level as low as possible, but we cannot fully avoid their presence. We go to the next slide. So fungal infection, as I mentioned, can occur in the field. It actually mainly occurs in the field, but can also occur later during harvest, as you can see on this picture, and in silo and storage. And certain weather conditions and agronomical practice, they do affect the fungal infection and mycotoxin formation. So although we cannot fully avoid, there is some control is possible because of the agronomical and other practices that we will apply. Next slide. So the My Toolbox project run in Europe. It's a European project and run from 2016 till 2020. And it was able at improving the management and the control of mycotoxins in European value chains by bringing together all available information that is available from science and in industry, bring it together and make it accessible to all actors in the supply chain via a decision support tool. So it was aimed at developing ICT tools for farmers, collectors, storage, silo managers, feed and food producers, etc. So all of them could access the ICT tool and get advice on how to manage mycotoxins in their particular phase of the production chain. Main crops that were included in the My Toolbox decision support system are wheat, barley, maize, and nuts. And as I mentioned, all actors were involved. Not only can use this decision support tool, but also were involved in developing it. And we applied it for different phases in the supply chain. Well, next slide, please. Here you see an infographic on the setup of the My Toolbox. In the middle, you see the decision support system development, where there is hosting in the cloud, a database, a user interface, etc. And on the different squares around this middle box, you see all kind of information that is collected at different stages of the supply chain. So from farmers, from silo managers, from feed and food producers, and also from the governments on the legislation, for instance. But the middle is the decision support system, which is based on models and based on sensors, which I will explain in more detail on the next slide. There you see how we developed the novel post-harvest measures, so to manage mycotoxins in silos. So on the left you see a real small silo, which also a picture on top of that of a silo. And in the picture, in the silo, there is grain is stored, and you see 3 blue lines. These are actually cables. And on those cables, you see knots, and those knots are sensors. So in the silos, there's 3 cables hanging with sensors on them. Each of the 3 cables has 4 sensors. And those sensors measure the temperature, the water activity, and the CO2. So, and they provide real-time information to the decision support system. And what we developed in the project was biological models for fungal development using the data that come from the sensors. So doing so, we could actually predict if there was a risk of the growth of the fungi in the silo, so in the grain in the silo, and whether this risk was actually low or medium or high. So it was possible to predict for a certain spot in the silo, based on the information from the data coming from the sensor in that spot, if there was a likelihood of the fungus to grow there. And those fungal infection models were then also linked with the likelihood of the mycotoxin production by this fungi. And in this case, it was for Fusarium, Graminearium in wheat and Zen production. But it is also developed for other fungi and mycotoxins. We move to the next slide. There you see how it works in the decision support system. So actually the silo manager sits at the computer on the right and gets a signal. It can be green, orange or red, and the red is then a high risk of the fungal growth. And with green there is a low risk of fungal growth. And you can see on the black square there is the silo with the different cables and the different sensors on the cables, the sensors that measure the temperature and relative humidity, etc. And the cable on the left-hand side, all sensors are green there, but you see that with the other three cables, there is some red spots, which mean that at those locations in the silos, it's possible that the fungi grows and produces the mycotoxins. Yes, if we move to the next slide, we can see very large silos nearby Beijing in China, where we actually installed those sensors and tested them. So in real life, so the sensors provided data to the computer, and the computer, based on models using the data from the sensors, estimate fungal growth in the silos. Yes, then we moved. Here's another picture of the very large silo in China, and you see also the cable there, and a smaller picture with the sensors there on the cable. Then we move over to forecasting mycotoxins in the field. So I covered so far the storage phase of the grains. Now we move to the field, the growth of the grains. Because in my toolbox project, we also developed forecasting models to predict mycotoxins in the field at harvest. And we used weather information and agronomical information to do so. We actually predicted the mycotoxin contamination at harvest of the grain. And we did so for aflatoxins and fumonigens in maize and for DON and zearanon in wheat. And those, the predictions of the mycotoxins are very useful for farmers and also for silo managers and buyers to see, okay, where in the field or which fields have a high predicted value for mycotoxins and which ones have a lower value, so they can use it in the strategies for mycotoxin monitoring. If you go to the next slide, I will explain what are mycotoxin prediction models. These are actually computer models based on mathematical equations that use data on the weather and the agronomy, and also information from experts to predict mycotoxins at the harvest. And those predictions will be used to give advice to the end users. To monitor or even to reduce mycotoxin levels and mycotoxin contamination. On this slide, you see how it is an illustration of what is used to develop these kind of models. In the middle, you see in this case a farmer, and this farmer has a certain field with maize, for instance. And the farmer inserts in the decision support tool that we developed is information related to the field. So what crop is grown there, what was the crop grown last year, what is the tillage method that was used, what is a particular variety of the crop grown. All this data is stored in the cloud, in the database, Then weather data related to that field is also extracted from weather databases. And together with the agronomic information and the weather data, forecasting models are developed. And those forecasting models give a prediction on the mycotoxin level at harvest. And that prediction is used by the farmer for decision making. For instance, a farmer can decide to use fungicides, spraying, or to use the grain from a certain field for a certain destination, for instance, food or feed or not. If you move to the next slide, here you can see an example of a more wider application of one of our models. It's a model to predict aflatoxins in maize in Europe. So you see kind of the different countries in Europe, and you see the small knots. The knots are grids of 25 by 25 kilometers. And for each of those grids, a prediction is made for the aflatoxin contamination of maize. And in this case, the prediction model was run for 2012, so backwards. Well, some grids are green and some are more yellow and red. So meaning that in those reddish areas, the chance that the aflatoxin contamination is high in maize is high. Then on the next slide, you will see different applications. I will show you different applications of the models. As I just mentioned, farmers can use the prediction of the mycotoxins in the field to decide on the application of fungicide. So when it's still, if you get a prediction around the crop flowering, you can still use a spraying of fungicide. So if then the predicted mycotoxin level at harvest is high, you may decide to apply the spraying. A second, if you can press the enter button, the second application is to use the predictions for decisions on routing and processing in the supply chain. So collectors and buyers want to know which fields or which areas have a lower mycotoxin risk and which ones have higher. And they use this information to optimize the routing and processing in the chain. And the third option to use the mycotoxin predictions, if you can press enter, is to use this information for risk-based inspection. And both industries and governmental authorities, they also want to know which areas have a higher chance to be contaminated than other areas or certain crops, to decide on, okay, where should we focus our inspections? The resources are not unlimited, so you should restrict to using the testing, the sampling and testing only when and where that is needed. And all in all, these will have society, economic and scientific relevance, of course. This slide shows an illustration of the My Toolbox. In the My Toolbox project, so we designed and we tested the decision support system for mycotoxin management in the supply chain. We developed different ICT tools and integrated them all in one system to be used by end users in the chain. And this decision support system is easily accessible, for instance, on a computer or on a phone or tablet. And then on the next slide, we move to the next one. I will move to the conclusions. So these very innovative ICT tools for mycotoxin prevention and control were developed in the My Toolbox project. It's a European project. So focusing on the European situation, but the tools that we have developed can easily be adjusted and also be applied then in other areas of the world, or other, for instance, also mycotoxins, other mycotoxins and other crops. So if you have questions or interest in doing so, then please contact us, and my email is shown here on this slide. And then I come to the end of my presentation. And I would like to thank all partners in the My Toolbox project, which were 23 partners, of which 3 from China, and one of those 3 had those large silos. 11 different countries, and was both people from government, no, not government, science and industry. So thank you all, and to the audience, I would like to thank you all for listening to me and for your interest in our presentation. And in case of any questions, so please do not hesitate to contact me or my colleague Cheng Liu.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was Dr. Ina van der Vels from the Wageningen University and her colleague Liu Cheng. And a very interesting presentation on the My Toolbox project. We're going to move straight on to the next presentation, and that will be done by Jaap Rommelaar. He's online, Jaap, co-founder of the Zoom Agri in Madrid, Spain. Jaap, over to you. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me well?
Good.
Very good. Well, my name is Jaap Rommelaar, and I'm co-founder of Zoom Agri. Let me see if I can change the slide from my cell phone. There we go. Well, first of all, I will give you a quick intro on what Zoom Agri. Then we will go into, let's say, deep into Zoom Agri 1. That's our first commercial, a new method for barley and wheat variety recognition, which we do in real time and via technologies such as artificial intelligence. We will go on to our next product, which we are launching as of recently, Zoom Agri Specs. And this product allows our clients to perform physical recognition of grain seeds and even variety recognition of soybeans. So Zoom Agri was founded by mid-2017 in Argentina with the purpose to improve the testing of agri supply chains. And this, of course, with the objective to lead to a healthier food and a more transparent and sustainable world. We have three offices. We also Spain, one in Australia, and at the moment roughly 55 employees and 3 offices. Each year, 3 billion metric tons of grains and oilseeds are produced and moved along the supply chains. And every time a truck or a barge or a vessel is loaded or discharged, it has to be analyzed for its quality. As you can see here, is seeds to farmers, to grain processors, to terminals. It is a very important process because it doesn't only determine the final price of the goods, but also it has to estimate or analyze the quality of the goods for its efficiency within the processes of the industry. We estimate that roughly, on average, every kernel produced in the world is actually thrown during its grain life cycle, but this can even go up to 14 times in total. And with all those quality analysis taking place all around, let's say, or along the supply chain, the total addressable market of the TIC industry of agri and food is close to $26 billion. For the last 100 years, however, very little has changed when it comes down to the process of winning the physicality or of grains and oilseeds. We see as the core of the TIC industry. And this is where Zoom Agri comes in. With Zoom Agri, our objective is to bring solutions for those pain points our clients are suffering. This means, let's say, 1, physicalizations, 2, delays in results, subjectiveness, 4, fraud, and 5, very causes being it done internally or externally. There we go to the next slide. So with Zoom Agri, we are on the mission of transforming the TIC industry, starting with digital quality determination by combining technologies such as computer vision, machine learning, and artificial intelligence. And even though we initially wanted, let's say, to take or tackle the physical quality determination or recognition, We also encountered a great opportunity beforehand, which is in variety recognition, and in this case in particular of malting barley or barley in general. And this led to our first commercial product, Zoom Barley. And this has been a great tool so far for the, let's say, mainly brewing and malting industry. As barley turns into malt via a germination process, and each variety behaves or reacts differently to the progress, it is of great importance to receive the barley batches close to 100% purity variety. And to recognize the variety visually and in real time is an extremely difficult task. You can see here, and these were the three first varieties we started with in Argentina, it is extremely difficult to differentiate one from the other. These are three different varieties looking from both sides. And also the cost of the traditional methods which were being used as DNA or electrophoresis are extremely high. And about 15 years ago, several studies were performed where traditional image recognition was applied, and already with quite a high accuracy level. And therefore we said, well, in 2017, when Zoom Agri, and we started, let's say, working on this product, Zoom Barley, we believe that with the latest technologies around, we could aim for an even higher accuracy. In a nutshell, how does our solution work? It is very simple. Our clients put a sample on our device at site, so at their reception points. A picture sample is taken, after which it is processed in our in-house developed neural networks, which classify the sample, providing immediate results. And in this way, our clients can analyze or truck by truck or each tons which are being loaded into a vessel, and allow them to take very valuable decisions, especially on the commercial part. For the moment, let's say our solution is done via the hardware device, as you can see here, but we're also very well advanced in providing the same solutions via a smart or a portable device. We see that there are roughly 500 small to medium-sized farmers around the world who today do not have, let's say, access to a decent control due to mainly very high prices of doing this analysis. So our solutions in general allow for, let's say, better quality control, and which of course will lead to a more traceable and a more transparent and a more sustainable supply chain, leading in the end to higher quality products. So how do we, let's say, create value or build our solutions? What we first mainly do is we gather pure samples of all the varieties, of all the kernels or sound kernels or defects we want to recognize. Then it's extremely important for us to start off with, we call it a pure image, or a sample database, which we then turn to an image database. And then we have our, as I said, in-house neural networks, which we start running on top of that image database. And today, for example, our image database is close to 100 million individual images, variety of different commodity effects. Once we are, let's say, having those algorithms or classification models working well, of course, then we start testing, retraining them in-house, and feel comfortable to our clients with whom we many times build the solutions together. And once we feel comfortable from both sides, we, let's say, launch the products commercially. And here you can see the insights of our technology, where on the left you can see that the kernels are spread out on our grid by a brush. Then you close a tab and the image is taken, and we analyze by kernel. In the grid, for example, of Zoom Barley, we can analyze up to 396 grain kernels. And it doesn't matter to us if the grain kernel falls, let's say, on its back or on its front, because from both sides we recognize the same amount of information. And within 3 minutes, the results are shown, as you see on the right, what, let's say, is the variety recognition showed in percentage. So, for example, 96% this, 4% this, and it also shows you, okay, this analysis was done 300 grain kernels, but we discarded, for example, 40 because there were some wheat kernels, there were some kernels. The system discards. And in building our technology, we received a lot of support from the industry or from the supply chain. And especially in, let's say, the provision of those samples, which I just mentioned, which led to a 100 million individual image database. Many of these suppliers of samples currently are also clients of ours. And here you see, let's say, some of them. And the image database, of course, and the sample database is counting. Here I'm talking mainly now on Zoom Barley, but we're developing this for other products and commodities as well. So we are in continuous or constant reception of images in our offices in Argentina or in Australia or in Europe. Here you can see a quick overview of the final product we built and its performance. So where traditional image or methods were taking roughly days, if not more, we analyze at site the variety of barley within 3 minutes. Also, I think the cost is also another matter. The traditional methods are extremely expensive. Besides, let's say, sending the samples to the laboratories and having them, let's say, processed and analyzed, we do this roughly at prices of roughly $5 in Argentina, 7 euros in Europe, and 10 to 12 Australian dollars. So this allows, let's say, our clients at these prices also to do an analysis, which is a truck by truck analysis. And then they can take very valuable decisions or even segregate merchandise already in real time. Or in the worst case, of course, reject the merchandise. And this, of course, all with the objective to or going for a higher quality malt. Next slide. So in a nutshell, we launched this product by late 2000 in Argentina. We had excellent results over there. In the first year, 2019, we analyzed 50% of the malting barley crop. And in 2020, we even got to 80% of the malting barley crop in Argentina, which is roughly a crop of 2 to 3 million per year. So the reception there was very good. And with that success, expanded operations by mid-2019 into Europe, also into Australia. And currently, Zoom Barley is operative in 19 different countries. And I would say I'm present in all actors of the supply chain, like brewers, laboratories, export terminals, elevators, companies, and even surveying companies. The main actors of the TIC industry are nowadays our services. So here you can see the countries where we are active today, roughly 19 different continents. So after developing Zoom Barley and in line with that technology and based on the same, I would say, hardware device, we also developed the same tool for wheat variety recognition. We initially developed Zoom Wheat for Argentina and Australia, as we saw a big challenge there for the seed companies, mainly to collect their intellectual property or endpoint royalties in real time and for an attractive price, as I just showed right now. And the big challenge in this product, of course, is that if you look at malting barley varieties, you have maybe in a country 15 or 20 main varieties, but if you go to the wheat market, in such as France, for example, there are only 350 varieties. So you can imagine if to build like these image databases or sample databases, and we convert them into an image database, the amount of images is very high, or even higher in wheat than in barley. And on top of, let's say, the variety recognition, which, as I said, we built for Argentina and Australia, we also build a tool where we can differentiate varieties and whether if they are GMO varieties or non-GMO varieties. And that is something what we believe will become really a game changer if you look at the latest developments around in that area. So in 2020, we started developing our latest product, which we call Zoom Agri Specs, which beyond, let's say, variety recognition is also solving two other very important problems in quality determinations of grains and oilseeds. It recognizes the physical quality, or it determines the physical quality of the grain. This is, of course, currently done mainly manually or visually. And on the other hand, also classification by size, which we see today is currently performed by rather bulky and slow or expensive machines. And we had to, of course, yes, a new hardware device for this one. Here you see the new hardware device, which is a double-sided scanner, because of course, especially in specifications, we need to look at both sides of the grain kernel. As I said before, in variety recognition of barley and wheat, we do not care if it falls on its back or on its front, but yes, in specs, you need to know if a grain is damaged on it and maybe not, or both sides. So that is something where we had to, let's say, build this new hardware device, and also the software, which, well, required a huge update or upgrade versus Zoom Barley and Zoom Wheat. And here you see, or you have a glimpse of how our results are being shown. Sorry that it's in Spanish. I had one in English, but it showed a customer. I had to change that one. It was indeed of percentages kernel. This is, let's say, low calibration, foreign matter, damaged grain kernels, skinned, bug damaged. So everything there is being shown, and it built where we do maybe the variety recognition within. This is also a very fast tool. Within 4 to 5 minutes, people can have their results. Well, and last but not least, here you can see also, I forgot this slide, sorry. Here you can see also what is very interesting of our, and quite proud of this, that also our clients, when they have these results, sorry, I go back 1 second. If they have these results and they want to, let's say, closer look at, okay, I want to see indeed those sound kernels, or I want to see indeed those foreign matter, here they can see the images, and they can zoom in, or they can select each defect or each label, and they can very close look at it. And here you see indeed top and bottom of the picture. We said it's a two scan, and our clients can have a very close look of indeed if everything is in line with expectations. So, and this is, well, last but not least, and coming to an end here, we also started doing feasibility tests to know if we would be able to recognize varieties of soybeans. And initially thought this would be impossible, because if you look at the soybean kernel or oil seed, it is of course round with just a hilum there. And initially we thought that it was impossible to recognize. However, we started doing, with the support of a lot of seed companies in Argentina, and also now hopefully soon in South Africa, where we can on the one hand do, let's say, commercial variety recognition, as we do in Zoom Barley or Zoom Wheat, but also for breeding purposes, we found out that, let's say, the color recognition of the hilum is extremely important to recognize. So it's from maybe one side also a royalty collection point of view, and the other one is a breeding point of view. And again, well, we are very well advanced right now for product in the Argentine market, and well, hopefully also coming soon to South Africa with this product. So that is my presentation. Thank you very much for your time and attention, and I hope I managed within the time slot I was provided with. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Jaap, for that fascinating presentation. So I think very interesting, and we're certainly looking forward also to a lot of questions, I think, from industry, from our panelists. I was just, when you showed that, I was immediately thinking, how do you train that model? And you were explaining it very nicely with all of those samples coming in. So really nice, and certainly looking forward to that discussion. Next online, Malcolm, is your presentation. We're looking forward to that. You're the Managing Director of Agri-Enviro Solutions. So Malcolm, over to you.
Thank you, Ferdi.
While we're getting the presentation online,
Thank you again, Fadi. The first presentation of the day actually was a great lead-in to what I want to say. And I'm going to be speaking mostly about mycotoxins and their removal from grain. What needs to be known, and it was also alluded to in the first presentation, that there are many solutions for managing mycotoxins, but none of them are really a final solution. And it's also very important to note that mycotoxins are not the fungus or the spores. Mycotoxins are really the secondary metabolite, which are produced by these fungus growing on our grains. And it also needs to be known that one mold species may produce many different mycotoxins, and several species may even produce the same mycotoxin. As also alluded to earlier, the mycotoxins have a potential for acute and chronic health effects. They really inhibit protein synthesis, they damage the lungs, they can damage your digestive system. But my last point here is that aflatoxin, caused by the Aspergillus flavus fungus, is responsible for liver cancer and possibly other forms of cancer. Yeah, I say nature is incredible because the fungus have really aesthetic appeal. And again, I want to emphasize the fact that it's not these fungi that actually cause the toxicity. It's actually the secondary metabolite of these fungus that cause the toxicity. So removing the fungus will, in effect, eradicate or mitigate the effect of the toxicity. But the toxicity, once it's in the grain, which is caused by the fungus, removing the fungus will not remove the toxicity. Some more pictures of our aesthetically appealing fungi. I say maize is most likely the biggest problem because it has a very high moisture content on its own. I need to reiterate that our field-dried maize in South Africa does not necessarily show this trend. Countries which are very wet, I'm speaking about some East African countries closer to the equator, they exhibit this trend a lot more than our South African maize. I've got some other pictures of fungal infection on soybeans and also on nuts, peanuts specifically. And this is an aflatoxin issue which is quite pertinent. Barley as well, the toxicity again, when the toxicity is present in the product, it's not necessarily getting rid of the fungus, it's getting rid of the toxicity, and that toxicity then can contaminate beer and whiskey. So it's been well documented, and I'll show you a slide how far back this has been documented, where ozone can be used to decontaminate the grain from various mycotoxins. And this has been documented that ozone removes mycotoxins. It also has regarded as safe approval even in the USA. And main applications that we use it on are grain, beans, and then high value products like coffee and nuts. And feed milling ingredients, also a very important application. We also need to note that the toxicity can be metabolized. So if this is fed to animals, it does not only affect the health of the animals, but it can also be prevalent in meat and milk. So ozone, what is it? It's really a gas which contains 3 oxygen atoms. It's a very powerful disinfectant and oxidative agent. It is generated by high voltage, where we're basically taking the regular oxygen in our atmosphere, which we're breathing, and we're fusing it with another oxygen molecule to create O3. And as I said, it's highly oxidative, but it's also very unstable, and it decomposes in less than 20 minutes, just back to oxygen again. And very important to note, it leaves no residue at all. And really, relative humidity, temperature, dust load, etc., they can actually reduce the 20-minute lifespan of the O3. And that also needs to be taken into account when using O3 to remove mycotoxins. Quickly again, a mycotoxin is poisonous or toxic in the sense that it has this double energy bond. And if we can break this double energy bond, it just forms a non-toxic double aldehyde. And this is what the ozone really does. I want to express the fact that it is exposure to ozone which removes or scrubs or detoxifies the mycotoxins. So ozone reacts with a fungus and has 3 basic effects. It kills that fungus, it destroys its spores, and it reacts with its secondary metabolites, the mycotoxins, and changes them into harmless double aldehyde molecules. And this is why ozone can effectively eradicate the fungus spores and the mycotoxins, and also it can eliminate any other organisms which are living, in other words, insects, their eggs, their larvae in the grain. This was done in 2014, and it is a study using ozone to reduce the mycotoxin or the aflatoxin B1 in maize. So we've got this reactor, and remember I said earlier it was the exposure to ozone which eradicates the mycotoxins or reduces the mycotoxins. And really this reactor, it will either speed up or flow the product through the reactor, exposing it to ozone, and it gives us a very efficient removal rate. But why the reactor, and it's important for me to mention this, is that ozone, being very oxidative, if it comes into contact with moisture, it forms nitric acid. So instead of just pumping ozone into a silo and forming nitric acid with any moisture which may be condensing in the roof of the bin, for instance, you could damage metal silos and the metal substructure in silos, and that's why we want to move it into a reactor. Furthermore, the ozone also affects any organic seals, rubber. It will deteriorate that rubber to such an extent in such a short period of time that you will have to replace all these seals again. So we prefer to put ozone into a reactor to remove the mycotoxins. So it can decontaminate all types of grain, beans, nuts, etc. And this has been very scientifically validated. Our technology has been designed in a reactor that can treat anything from 4 to 50 tons per hour. Again, I want to reiterate that it is the exposure to ozone which eliminates the mycotoxin. So if you have a highly infected or contaminated sample and you have a 20-ton per hour reactor, the high infection rate of that mycotoxin may reduce it to 10 tons per hour. Whereas if you have borderline toxicity in your product, a 50-ton per hour reactor could probably process 60 or 65 tons in that same hour. So we've really, again, I want to reiterate that we've shown that mycotoxin concentration is primarily dependent on treatment time. Again, the reason for using the reactor. I'd like to thank iGrown, Crop Protector, and then ToxiScrub for allowing me to present this to this forum and in the country which we are very proud to be able to do all this work in. And thank you, Ferdi.
Thanks very much, Malcolm. I think that's also, it just gives us some of the practical solutions, and I'm looking forward to the discussion, kind of thinking about the costs, and especially as you're saying, in South Africa, we are lucky in the sense that our dryness, yes, a lot of time bites us in terms of lower or with the yields and the competitiveness at farm level or sustainability in the case of drought. But the drier weather obviously gives us a benefit in that sense. But looking at practical solutions in countries where obviously the prevalence is much more acute than in South Africa, I think it would be very interesting to have a discussion on that. Then we have two more presentations to go. First, Ferdinand, we're going to look at your video. We'll start off with a video first, and then you can have your discussion after the video. And again, just to remind the audience, you're from the Ronan Group, and it's a Group Sales and Marketing Manager. Thanks very much again for your inputs today.
Thanks.
Hexagon is a technology company, unleashing the power of autonomy to measure and improve what industry needs most. Productivity, efficiency, quality, lower cost, less waste. We believe that industry can save our world, that it can be the solution instead of the problem, and that global commerce is the path to a sustainable planet. Hexagon is intent on making this a reality by putting data to work autonomously to measure progress and improve outcomes. Our technologies digitally capture and measure all things in all places. They position, track, and navigate anything. They dimensionally design whatever you want to create, from facilities to evacuation plans. Simulate billions of real-world scenarios. deliver location intelligence about anything, anywhere. Together, these technologies fuse the physical world with the digital. They empower us to make that giant leap beyond automation to autonomous. Because autonomy is data doing its best work. Yes, it will drive our cars, yet it will do so much more. It will carefully protect our citizens and nations, operate complex assets and facilities reliably, accurately construct buildings and infrastructure, manufacture products and goods intelligently, responsibly produce from our mines to our farms. Data will do all of these things autonomously. When industry embraces this, sustainable outcomes will follow. Hexagon, empowering an autonomous future.
Fair enough. We only looked at part of the video, but I think we're getting the impression again around the technology, connecting the physical with a digital space. Tell us more about that.
Yeah, thanks, Prof, and also thanks for Agbiz. Yeah, I think the last 2 days and listening to this morning's presentations also highlights the fact that we as an industry, be it mining, construction, be it agriculture, we constantly create data, and we have this magnitude of sensors and connective PC networks and these types of things in place that on a daily basis create a lot of information. And it is our ability as business to use that information and extract the I out of the data, as they say. And so in context of the Hexagon video clip, it just shows that sensors have come a long way. Sensors have been initially put on wires, and then they went to batteries, and then then you can put SIM cards inside them, and you can geospatially position them, and you can put them in hot places in things like these reactors that Malcolm has been talking about. So we're sensing a lot of things, and we send things to Mars, and we sense environments there because we want to go and live there someday, they say. So the idea is, at what stage will business and agriculture and specifically grain industry have a more encompassing type of approach in terms of all these sensors and stuff that we use? If we think of from where grain is produced on a farm and what farmers can do in terms of geo-positioning tractors, auto steering systems, precision spraying, precision spreading, planting, and yield monitoring. So we get everything in terms of maps and layered maps for application, for harvest. We get satellite imagery to predict our weather patterns and crop to produce. And the grain silo industries, they know what type of crop to expect, or how to prepare themselves for that crop to be taken in. And then this crop arrives at a silo, and it goes through sampling, various types of analysis. It gets segregated, and we see these silo facilities as value addition entities throughout the world, that a product comes in clean, dirty, maybe some toxins, maybe some insects, but we provide a specialized service as an industry to make food safe. And hence adopting all these different types of sensing solutions, analysis. If you think of what NIR technology Malcolm has done over the past 20, 30 years in terms of where grain has come from, and the possibilities of them integrating these into these new, what do you call it, image analyzers for segregation at seed plants, optical sorters of nature, and so on. So as a business, we create these artificial intelligence type of platforms, and we have them as these little cells running within a business. But we think of it as Hexagon does, because for the past 20 years, our business has specifically been focusing around grain handling and storage and the risk mitigation during storage, and to quantify stock position and inventory in a real-time environment. Now, if you want to look at things in a real-time environment and you want to create like an augmented reality type of thing, which means you need to get data faster from sensors, and your machine learning capability, all these samples analysis that you've seen, how you need to calibrate a machine to know what it knows, you still need that input from people, because people are the super machines created by God. So you constantly need to teach these machines these finer details. But at some stage, that data needs to be more than just a tick mark at the gate. It must say something for your complete business. And if you think of, over the past 2 days, they've spoken about the challenges in terms of logistics in our country, and if we should go rail or road again. Now, with sensing technologies, you can put all these transport and logistics companies on a central type of network with all industries input and users of that to actually use that information of which trucks is in which areas. So that geospatial analysis plus the capability of the vehicle, where it is, and for who it can do what type of job, that information is available. It is just for us to apply. So the disruptive things for the future is 99% of the time already within the data that's on your table. You just haven't seen it yet, in a way. And these disruptors are then for old traditional problems to solve them, or there's new things that come out of a combination of using these things. And what we've seen over the past years is that where you provide an artificial intelligence platform with good sensing abilities, provide a type of dashboard that the business can interface with its real-time information, and taking that real-time information and adding to it all these other companies' data, not only your own sensors and stuff that you supply, but other businesses as well. And you pull that into what we call a digital twin for that site. So imagine a grain handling facility or company having 20 sites, and you know the storage conditions on each site. You know the average moistures, proteins, fat, fibers in every bin. And all of this is available to everybody inside the business. So think of how trading would think about this. Think about how a bank would think about collateral financing a production plant. And this is real life instances, what we've seen for sugar, for instance, in Dubai, where sugar is collateralized inside this huge dome, and the bank only release based on a certain amount of collateral that's present inside that dome. And in certain instances, yes, you lose jobs because technology speaks day in, day night. It doesn't get sick, and it ticks the boxes for all the people that's worried about risk. So if you can quantify risks better, then costs should come down. People should charge us less for insurance, less for financing, because we put all these fancy and complicated and intricate systems and solutions on the ground, which cost a lot of money. And these things should be pulled into the bigger picture to give this augmented reality in terms of how safe, how good, how efficient we run this facility. And that data should be used to whoever is a service supplier or a fund supplier or a logistics supplier, they should have access to that information in a way, to whatever you're going to share with them. But for your own business, you can use that data set to make yourself better. And yeah, that's just the concept of bringing all these sensor technologies together.
Now that's fascinating. You're talking my language here in terms of bringing the technology into the decision making that at the end of the day, ensure that we have affordable, safe, constant supplies of food and effectively distribute it to all, to the population essentially, isn't it?
Yeah.
To your consumption base. So thank you very much for that input. It was fascinating. Just want to check with the technical team, are we going to see the last part of that video clip? And then we'll take the last presentation from Francois. Thanks very much. So we are ready. I understand that the video has been shown to our audiences, and now the last presentations by Francois Smit. He's online, Francois, from Sengen, Operational Manager here in South Africa. Francois, thanks very much for joining us online, and we look forward to your presentation. And that will be the last one of presentation that we'll take this morning, and then we'll go for a short break. Thanks very much, Francois.
Thank you so much, Ferdi. The title of my talk is quite a mouthful, even more so in Afrikaans. But the purpose of this talk is to show how molecular technologies can be applied to a vast number of industries, and specifically the grain storage industry. I'm just going to see if my clicker works. If we can perhaps just go to the next slide, please. Based on the previous panel discussions during the Agbiz Grain Symposium, it is clear that the majority of role players understand that molecular technologies can be used as a tool to address some of the obstacles faced by the industry. Examples include higher yield with good hectoliter mass and hardness and variety identification. Through an integrated approach, we can help to produce healthier and more food that requires less resources with improved processing. However, today I would like to focus on the application of metagenomics to help reduce risk associated with grain storage. We can go to the next slide. I come from a breeding background, and when we started, we only used limited markers at a considerable cost. However, that's not the case anymore, and today we can generate thousands of data points at a fraction of the cost, and we can even sequence whole genomes. The next generation sequencing technologies allows us to produce multiple DNA sequences at the same time. And this technology can be successfully applied to assess the diversity and dynamics in food-based systems. If you look at microbiota, it's where you look at the microorganisms living in a specific environment. For instance, the Aspergilli, which is a high-risk organism in a silo. Then again, if we look at the metagenomics, it's the study of genetic material recovered directly from an environmental sample. So if we combine all these concepts and technology, it can help us to identify high-risk organisms and evaluate potential control measures. If we go to the next slide, this slide just illustrates, it's just a simplified workflow of how metagenomic sequencing work, where you start with a single sample and what the output would look like. If we can go to the next slide. So the metagenomic sequencing can be used to investigate the field, intermedia, and storage microflora and the changes over time. Obviously, you will focus on the high-risk organisms that might lead to mycotoxin production. And in Australia, this is used quite successfully to identify phosphine-resistant insects, and they also track the distribution over years and try to control the measures if they can by changing the different control measures. We go to the next slide. Why do we need molecular technologies if we can achieve similar results with cheaper conventional methods? Some of the conventional methods are biased towards the selective growth media and fast-growing microorganisms, and they require sterile labs of experts to help identify the organisms. And this could potentially delay a critical intervention, which will have an impact on the whole value chain. If we go to the next slide. The technology is developing at a rapid pace. Here's an example on the left-hand side of the slide of one of the first sequencers that was used for the Human Genome Project. And if we look at the right-hand side, that is one of the newest technologies available now, the Smidge ion, which can be plugged into your smartphone and you can do sequencing on the go. A whole metagenomic sample can be analyzed within 2 hours. And if you only target specific high-risk organisms, this can be done even in a shorter time frame. If we go to the final slide. So in conclusion, what is the potential applications for molecular technology? Firstly, we can identify high-risk grains in the field before harvest. We could potentially decide then if we should store the high-risk grains at a different silo or treat it differently. We can monitor and quantify the development of microbiota during storage, and we can measure the effectiveness of integrated control measures. And we can even identify resistance against control measures. That could include fungi or even insects. And one thing that we're looking in as well for one of the other industries is to, not all fungi are necessarily bad. So we're looking at beneficial microorganisms that could potentially be found during storage. And the whole purpose of this technology would be to reduce the total risk of storage. Obviously, it's still quite novel technology, so this is more for pilot studies, and at this stage, it's not for routine application. Thank you.
Excellent, Francois. Thanks very much for that introduction. So I think there are some clear topics that are coming through from all of these presentations, and it's about the speed of processing, accuracy, obviously, and how do you bring all of that into an effective monitoring, early warning, management of risk, driving down of costs, ensuring that there's safety in the whole value chain. So I think those are just some of those topics. We are certainly looking forward to the discussion. We're going to take a 15-minute break now. There will be some videos presented on the sponsors of this event. And then I also encourage our audience to pose questions, please, in the chat, that we can work on those questions, and we'll discuss those in the next session. Thanks very much.
Absa Agribesigheid weet dat produsente funksioneer in 'n komplekse en dinamiese omgewing waarvoor daar spesifieke oplossings benodig word. Van ons markverslae tot ons strategies ontwikkelde agribesigheid SEB-oplossings. Daarom verdiep ons onsself in die landbousektor deur middel van verhoudings, borgskappe en industriegeleenthede. Ons wil deel van jou boerdery vorm. Maak ons deel van jou meesterstuk. From sunrise to sunset, you work the field living on hope and faith, trusting that the rain will fall. For weeks, months, and seasons you toil, believing that the harvest will come. For generations you invest so that one day you can reap the rewards. And you build so your plans will come through. At John Deere Financial, we understand that this journey requires not just quality products, but also partners who can walk the long path with you. Tailored financial solutions based on your unique business needs to lessen pressure on your cash flow. We are committed to stand with you through thick and thin. We have John Deere Financial representatives who will meet you on your farm to discuss the transaction and even contact your bookkeeper for all the necessary documentation, saving you a trip to the bank. As your partner, we know that the key to success is trust. That is why we have dedicated relationship bankers who will nurture and grow our shared businesses through flexible lending periods and detailed information regarding the best way to structure your installments. They will work to ensure you always receive highly competitive interest rates on your asset finance. Make John Deere Financial your partner in future growth and enjoy finance built for you.
Do you want a bank that puts the pro before the product? You see, products don't see the bigger picture for businesses, experts do. This is why Nedbank Business Banking offers you a team of experts that will immerse themselves in understanding your business needs to guide your growth during a time when products alone simply aren't enough. So, in an ever-changing business world, do you want a bank that takes your money or a bank that takes your money seriously? Search Nedbank Bigger Picture Business Banking. Do you want a bank that puts the partner back into partnership? Nedbank Business Banking is here to equip you with a team of experts to partner with you in navigating your new normal and to create relevant business solutions to guide your growth. So, in an ever-changing business world, do you want a bank that takes your money or a bank that takes your money seriously? Search Nedbank Bigger Picture Business Banking.
Soggens tot saans bewerk jy die grond, hoopvol en gelowig, vol vertroue dat die reën wel sal kom. Weke, maande en seisoene lank swoeg jy met die geloof dat die oes sal inkom. Jy belê reeds deur die generasies, sodat jy eendag die vrugte daarvan kan pluk. En daagliks bou jy om die droom te bewaarheid. By John Deere Financial verstaan ons dat hierdie reis nie net kwaliteitprodukte insluit nie, maar ook kwaliteitvennote wat die pad saam met jou kan stap. Pasgemaakte finansiële oplossings moontlik gemaak deur insig op jou unieke sakebehoeftes om druk op jou kontantvloei te verlig. Ons is toegewyd om jou deur dik en dun by te staan. Ons het John Deere Financial verteenwoordigers wat jou op jou plaas sal kom ontmoet om die transaksie te bespreek en selfs ook om kontak te maak met jou boekhouer om die nodige dokumente in plek te kry en sodoende jou 'n besoek aan die bank te spaar. As vennoot weet ons dat vertroue die sleutel tot sukses is. Daarom het ons toegewyde verhoudingsbankiers wat hierdie gedeelde sakebelang sal versorg en groei deur buigsame uitleenperiodes en insiggewende inligting rakende die beste manier om jou terugbetalings te struktureer. Hulle is toegewyd om te verseker dat jy ten alle tye 'n mededingende koers op jou batefinansiering ontvang. Maak John Deere Financial jou vennoot in toekomstige groei. en geniet finansiering gebou vir jou.
Dinner time. Not without the farm. Water. Not without safekeeping. Distribution. Not without the wholesaler, the retailer, or the bank that backs them all. Dinner time. Not without business. Standard Bank. It can be.
John Deere. Believe in greater. At Agribusiness, we know that the tools farmers need are complex and dynamic, which means that the products we offer have to be world-class. From our market intelligence reports to our strategically developed agribusiness BEE solutions, we are immersed in the agricultural sector through relationships, sponsorships, and industry events. We want to be part of your farming business. Make us part of your masterpiece.
Elke jaar begin jy van voor af. Beplan jy die uitkoms, plant jy, snoei jy, oorbrug jy die uitdagings. Want vandag tel vir môre. Afkry Landboudienste, jou landbouvernoot vir generasies.
Do you want a bank that puts the pro before the product? You see, products don't see the bigger picture for businesses, experts do. This is why Nedbank Business Banking offers you a team of experts that will immerse themselves in understanding your business needs to guide your growth during a time when products alone simply aren't enough. So, in an ever-changing business world, do you want a bank that takes your money or a bank that takes your money seriously? Search Nedbank Bigger Picture Business Banking.
Symposium is the solution-driven and future-focused agribusiness with a rich and proud history that extends over 112 years. Symposium GrainLink forms an integral part of the Symposium Group's product and service offering, while simultaneously enabling the entire agricultural value chain. As a frontrunner in the grain, procurement, handling and storage sector, Symposium GrainLink is strategically poised between the producer and the off-taker. Symposium, breaking new ground.
Welcome back to our session. And again, just also a big thanks to our sponsors of this event. You've seen the videos playing, and I think without the sponsorships, these type of events are just not possible. So a big thanks to our sponsors. I'm looking at the screen here, looking at questions that are coming in. So colleagues in the audience, please send us any questions to the panelists. They'll be very happy to answer them. While we're still waiting for some questions to come, and I'm going to continue as an open discussion with our panelists. And maybe just starting off with you, Ferdi, your presentation and also the video that was shown from the Ronan Group. I mean, it's really fascinating to think about the integration of various information systems. And I think that's probably one of the biggest challenges that we have. I'm a farmer, I use product A on my tractor, I get an implement, it uses product B, and the silo or the company that I'm selling to has a certain passport system and they are using platform C. To what extent are we making progress in this space in the value chain, in the management of grain and really thinking end to end in terms of integration of platforms? Do they start to speak to one another or how do we deal with that?
Prof, I think there's enough platforms worldwide to actually put it on the table and start to look for the common denominators, or where's the touching points between all these platforms. I think, as you mentioned earlier during tea, is that it is the protection of data and information, and why do my business regard as sacred for my customer base and for myself to give me the advantage. But if we as a world can move into an industry focus and we say, well, this information, let's say 10% of this is very personal and don't touch that, but there's 90% that can contribute to the big time data of be it crop expectations or crop predictive analysis like they've shown in terms of mycotoxins or available capacities inside silos or milling companies saying, well, this is their needs and in specific places, so that there's market access points that might be identified for delivering different types of grains at different spec levels. If you listen to Ari and the milling guys yesterday, they also looking for niche products. So segregation, all of those things need sensing or somebody's oversight. And if somebody oversees it, he needs to document it. And if it's documented, it could become part of bigger decision making. And that is what these platforms should be. It should be enablers, let's call it that.
Now, I think you mentioned it, you said we are sensing a lot of things.
Yeah.
And that's the reality. I mean, there's a lot that we're measuring and sensing, and I think you've put it. I think that's exactly it. It's how can these are enablers that really could drive efficiency and could unlock additional value that's currently lost in the grain chain, where you can have the opportunity of niche markets, something that a consumer wants, that you can trace all the way back to farm gate. So it automatically unlocks the possibility for the producer, for the operator, the processor, and at the end of the day, the consumer gets what she or he wants. We've got a question which is in that line, and it's addressed to you, Jaap. It says there, Jaap, the speed of analysis of each application is essential for any application to work in practice. How fast does this change improve, and how do you see this improving even further? So Jaap, if you can maybe take that question, did you get it?
So the question is how fast we can do it, or?
How fast does this change or this improvement, how do you see this improving even further? In other words, you talked a lot about how fast, how much more efficient your system is, and that you can do your analysis quicker. So do you anticipate this will go even quicker over time?
Yes, I do believe so. What we also as a company always strive for initially is that the solutions work and that they are sufficiently precise. So, for example, in variety recognition, for us it's extremely important that the sample we analyze, that it recognizes, and if you compare that to maybe a DNA analysis or an electrophoresis and you backtest it, it has to be in line with those results or even better. So that is always what we focus on first. And for example, variety recognition now we do within 3 minutes. Physical quality recognition, roughly 5 minutes. But with the technology, which is improving every day, we believe that this is going to be now a matter of fine-tuning, and it will become faster. And it is important because, for example, you also have different types of clients where on the one hand you have clients, for example, with a malt house who, for example, malt per year, let's say 100,000, 150,000 tons a year. But we also have clients where we, for example, now start to install our devices also at crushing plants of soybeans, where you have crushing plants in Argentina, for example, who crush 30,000 tons a day. If you have trucks of 30 tons a truck, you need to have a flow of analysis which is maybe in 1 or 2 minutes. So that is what we, in the end, will go for, and that is going to be extremely important. So yes, I think we will get there, especially with the help of technologies. And what I found very interesting of what Ferdi just commented on, the different platforms and the protection of data is indeed many times many companies are maybe very cautious on their information, but there is many times maybe of that 100%, there's maybe indeed 10% which you have to keep secure for the company, but there are so many data around which can be used indeed for the better purpose of the world. So I found that a very nice thought there from you. Thanks. So I hope I answered the question, but I wanted to highlight that one.
Excellent, Jaap. Thanks very much for that. I think that's a very important point, is the triangulation of various data sets also. That enriches a lot of time, the analyses and what you actually see happening in real time. So you can do some triangulation, whether that's through real-time satellite feed or the machines in the field or actually on the ground. I have a question here, Francois, coming in, or maybe just a question from Bram Olivier. This was an open question saying, how do you see on-farm pre-harvest testing? And I don't know who wants to take that question. On-farm pre-harvest testing. Is there something in your space, Malcolm or Ferdi, that you wanted to refer to?
I think, if I may just answer this in a certain way, I think Bram is alluding to the on-farm field testing for fungus that was discussed in the first presentation. The testing of fungus is not necessarily going to be the testing of mycotoxins, because the eradication of the fungus might not necessarily mean that the toxicity is eradicated. So I'm not really answering Bram's question, but it was one of the points I wanted to bring up, that to see the amount of fungus, yes, the fungus is a precursor to looking at what your mycotoxin levels may be, but eradicating the fungus does not necessarily mean that your mycotoxins have been eradicated.
Malcolm, I was looking at your presentation. I think your capacity, you showed that reactor with a treatment of ozone of 4 to 50 tons, and you were explaining the treatment around that. And I was thinking about countries where, as we mentioned, we don't have that severe problem because of a dryness, the nature of we don't really have that problem. But you get into those countries and some of them are smaller producers, but you also get large-scale producers. So how cost-effective, or in terms of volumes, we were talking about these volumes of grains coming through. Would this be a cost-effective way of treating it, or is this currently a solution, but you're still driving towards cost-effectiveness?
It's a very cost-effective way of treating the grain if you are considering what it's going to cost you to have to destroy that grain.
Okay.
So there is certain East African countries who 2 years ago had an export potential of a lot of maize to a neighbor, and it was blocked specifically because of mycotoxin levels. Okay. Unfortunately, that grain was never destroyed. It still ended up filtering through the border, and it leads to a lot of health issues in those specific countries, and they've identified those health issues just related to the mycotoxin levels coming from where this grain was illegally moved from. So to answer your question, the initial cost of installing a system like this is the only barrier to making sure that you can do this, because it's fairly expensive technology at the moment. And the fact that it's all in a reactor means that the technology is not just plug it into the silo and decontaminate your bin. You have to ensure that you have got effective ozonation and be able to test it at the end, which is very difficult to do if it's in situ in a silo. So it's either loading out the silo, transferring from the silo, or loading into the silo where this has to take place. So that does make it not as cost effective as purely fumigating the silo. But fumigation doesn't take out mycotoxins.
Okay, so now that makes a lot of sense. And you're saying the technology, the development in this space, so we understand that this is a solution at least for the detoxification, and then obviously driving the efficiency around this and the application around this. That will, there's obviously a lot of progress being done, and that will come in future.
A statement I'd like to make is that mitigating the risk of mycotoxins in grain and saving that money in not having to destroy the grain, because that's what you have to really do. But ozonation is the future for fumigation and mycotoxin eradication.
Okay, no, that's fascinating. We have a question, Francois, for you online. So the question reads as follows. Francois, can you explain a bit more about the future application or value add of your technology in the storage of malting barley and the timelines when it will be available?
We're currently working with a commercial client. Unfortunately, that's part of that 10% of information we're not able to share at this stage. But if you look at worldwide trends, that project, depending if we're allowed to publish the data, we hope to complete it within the next 3 years. So the first year would just be a pilot study, and then after that. So unfortunately, I'm not really at liberty to say, but let's say if it's a different industry than a malting industry, we have to take into account what the cost effectiveness would be as well, and what would be the real application. For instance, to get back to the first question about the in-field testing, I think this will form part of a model that you can use as well. And I agree, even if the fungus is present on absent, that's not always directly linked to the mycotoxins, but it could potentially add value where you have resistance against certain fungicides, and if you can identify it there. But from a timeline, I'm a scientist, and we tend to overcomplicate it and under-promise and over-deliver. So at this stage, I can't give a hard deadline or anything at the moment.
Thanks very much, Francois. And while you're talking that you're a scientist, another question for you. And the question reads as follows. How advanced is the breeding of grain for resistance of mycotoxins accumulation? What are the challenges, if any?
I think if we have to look specifically, if we look at some of the Fusarium head blight and some of the Fusarium toxins, I think the big obstacle there is to have trials that's really replicated, especially if it's a soil-borne disease. You can have all these wonderful trials and your environment plays a major role, and then you can't always pick up, because you need consistent results over years. And as all the growers and producers know, every year is slightly different. So I would say if it's soil-borne, it's a major complication. The other obstacle could be if there's no known resistance in that species. And then if you have to look at resistance in other crops, but then it comes again to your industry, and if it's open to using other technologies besides traditional breeding as well. And breeding, unfortunately, is a long-term gain. You're investing now, and some of the programs will take up to 12 to 15 years before you see the product in the field.
That's amazing. Can I maybe just ask a follow-up on that, Francois? Are there trials done to determine if there are certain cultivars that are linked to certain type of infections or fungicides?
So if we look at the fungicide, you do sometimes have a variety fungicide interaction, but that's more to do with the resistance that's expressed by that variety. So obviously a variety that's a lot more prone to get severe infection will have a lower impact on yield if you have a cost-effective fungicide. And some of the newer studies show there might be more interactions between the pathogens and the different varieties when it comes to resistance as well, but that's still fairly new at the moment. There was even one case study, or actually one really interesting article, where a gene from a plant was transferred to an insect. And that's how that specific insect got resistance against control.
Excellent. Thanks for that, Francois. I'm looking at another question here, and Jaap, this goes back to you. Jaap, will the grain identification solutions for Europe be directly applicable to South Africa? So I think you talked about Argentina, where you have a big rollout, my understanding from your presentation. So I guess this is probably Europe, Argentina, and then what would be the applicability in South Africa in the system here?
I would say the variety recognition, each country in general is working on its own variety. So for example, in South Africa or also Uganda, where we also build models for, we need to have also a collection of those samples from South Africa. Maybe in the physical quality recognition, many times a broken kernel or a heat damaged kernel we can recognize, and it doesn't really matter to us if it's indeed grown in South Africa or in Argentina. But in the variety testing, it would not be that we can replicate a model which we built for Europe or Argentina or Australia and we implement it in South Africa. Yes, in the physical quality recognition, we can use big part of it. But sometimes a sound kernel from, let's say, South Africa may be smaller, it may be a bit darker. So yes, we always add as much as variability within each variety defect or sound kernels. So it is not that we just replicate it and we also install it in South Africa.
Now that's fascinating. I was thinking about we're talking also in the break around the machine learning and the training of these models. And that's always a fascinating topic, because that's, and Jaap, you just confirmed it. You need somebody on the ground to tell the machine what you're seeing, isn't it? There's a link between, I think, Ferry, you referred to the link between the digital and your video was the link between the physical and the digital. So somebody on the ground needs to tell this machine. And Jaap, I was thinking about that, saying, how many times do you need to tell the machine or train the machine that this is really what you're seeing? And I'm thinking of farming conditions, exactly to your point. These kernels, you can have the same cultivar, and it gives bigger and smaller kernels. And it depends on the season, isn't it?
Yes.
I don't know, Ferry, if you also want to come in there, how many times must we tell this machine that this is what you're seeing?
You'll be forever telling him that. The thing is with these models that they build is that you take a very fancy machine, which is in principle very dumb, but it's got very good sensors. And so in this instance, it is sensing technology that can very finely detect differences in shape, colors, lines, where hairs on this thing or not, and based on repetition and showing this machine from different angles, you start to get good correlations. And obviously the proof of a correlation is to field trial it and put it at a silo and see what you see there. And because there you get it mixed and matched, and single varieties in a load and mixed varieties in a load, and dry, wet, all these different types of conditions that the industry, and I think that is making it the viable instrument to use at a commercial institution, is where the time ticker starts. So if somebody pitch up at the gate, you can't be scratching around for half an hour figuring out the variety. So I think back in the day, Dr. Sirk Eibema taught us on a wheat variety and these courses to identify these things, and we sat as youngsters for hours looking at this thing and we still couldn't figure it out. So.
You mentioned the advantage, Malcolm. I think you talked about the NIR advances. Maybe you can just tell us a little bit more about the NIR technology and that space of basically making things more efficient. My understanding also, and again, I'm the economist, so I'm just again looking at some of the numbers, the efficiency gains that we can have in the chain. To what extent can these NIR analyses also assist us in the the niche markets or identification of products?
Yeah, sure. I'm very happy to speak about NIR. That's really some of our bread and butter stuff. So when it comes down to NIR technology, other than if I have to compare that to image analysis, where image analysis is using a visible wavelength range, NIR technology is using a wavelength range which is going to allow us to see organic chemical bonds. And there we're looking at proximate analysis, like proteins and moistures and fats. And NIR technology is already very well developed in being able to, when the time ticker starts, as Ferdi said, being able to analyze protein in a very, very rapid way for grading of wheat, for instance, soybeans, moisture specifically. And that's used for commercial transactions because it's accurate enough already.
How quick is it? Sorry, just to interrupt you.
You could be anything from 3 seconds to a minute.
Okay. So
and even if it's 5 minutes, it's still very fast.
Yeah, no, it
could be live.
It could be live, he's right.
In a plant.
Yeah, so we do have online systems which you could place in your hopper, and whatever's going into the hopper you can analyze in real time, being able to segregate your incoming product based on the live NIR result that you're getting. So it has helped agriculture more than we actually realize, because they are so well entrenched and well established that you don't actually even realize that this is the technology being used.
How widely is it used in South Africa, in our market?
I would venture in saying that every single grain silo, every single feed company, every single processing business of agricultural commodities and food products is using NIR technology.
Okay, so it's widely used now, and that's made a big difference.
Great.
I'm looking at our time here. We are almost up on our time. So maybe just some last comments. I see here there's one more question that I'm going to take from the audience, and maybe just some last comments then also from our panelists. So the question goes to you. I'm sure this is not me, Ferdinand, but you, Ferdinand. Who must take the initiative in South Africa to develop AI platforms supported by smart sensing technology? How do you convince the value chain that the benefits will be more than the cost involved in the development of these systems? So
how many minutes?
Who's going to champion this?
No, I'll take it. I'll take it. I think every individual in a business, or if you're farming, there's the return on investment type of thing. Then there's the question of, if it's mycotoxin related, what's your ethical job to do in terms of, do I just think it's too much money to buy this machine, or haven't somebody taken me to court yet? There's the scenario. So pick where you want to position yourself inside that one. When it comes to smarter sensing, I think there's so many sensors already running inside our businesses. If you go to a milling plant and you just go to the control PLC system, there's a magnitude of sensors there. Every person on that site could have a sensor to keep them away from contaminating a product, for instance. And so it is developing and using existing information that you have, and then obviously if there's certain areas where you need to develop. So if you have a fleet of vehicles that take your grain, why not at the same time, when you looking at the tachometer system in terms of where did it stop next to the road and where did it potentially, somebody could have stolen your product, how about positioning that in terms of return loads for other businesses to use? So if we take the whole South African transport network, every single one of them has got a tracking system. So the data is there. Now it is, if we share that data, if all the transporters want to do business with, let's say, all the grain handling facilities, then they decide, well, it's my decision to make my data available in where I am. And in Natal, they use this road transport system for sugarcane, where the truck is evaluated once or twice a year in terms of does it fulfill the requirements for transporting the specific commodity. And if you tick those boxes and you've got the right capacity to load legally, and there's a way to pay you legally and give you a price to actually do the job, then you can stick up your hand and say, I'm ready to load at the middle of the Senves area. And my price could be competitive to whoever is in that region to load. So if transporter A is in Joburg and he can't make his time slot in Bothaville, which is only allocated, let's say, for 2 hours, then you could look, well, there's somebody sitting at the Wimpy and he doesn't have a load now, but he qualifies for the job. And it is having that additional layers of information. This is just one example. But thinking of it as, in the hexagon terms, if you want an autonomous vehicle, you don't want a remote server in China to tell you when the light is red. You want the sensors the closest to you, with the biggest processing power as close as possible to you, to give you the best information. And we believe that the more information you have on a table, the better decisions you can make as a group. So now it is, what part of your business require better sensing, better geospatial awareness, be it safe, be it more energy efficient, all these things, because there's sensors for everything and there's awareness for everything. And if we can measure it, we can do something about it.
That's excellent. No, it makes me think about this map. I saw it once it was in the US, and the digital map, it was fascinating. You were talking about transportation, and they had a digital map of showing how the transportation rates are influenced throughout the year with the flow of the Mississippi and the Missouri River. And it was all digitalized, centralized platform, and you could see, are you taking barge or are you taking road? And depending on the flow of the river, you could actually have shaded maps showing the rates of. Did you want to add something, Malcolm?
I was going to be facetious and say he's making a good case for Uber Grain.
Uber Grain.
But yeah, I mean, last thing from my side, if this hexagon business that we deal with, I mean, we deal with specifically with the construction business and precision farming side of it. But they found themselves in sugarcane, forestry, mining and industrial, manufacturing processes. And they've got a system that they call smart maps. And they do smart cities. So think of noise sensors, pollution sensors, when trains leave. And you have this whole digital example of a smart city like New York, for instance, or Johannesburg. You got all your traffic systems integrated in there. Then suddenly it's like us taking our phone and saying, I'm going back to Johannesburg. I use Waze, let's say, and as a product name, and I see the N1 is congested. That's smart sensor technology working for everybody. And it is adopting these things for specific business areas. It could be hospitals, it could be state budgets, it could be dam levels, it could be forestry, it could be anything. It's just how we embrace that change.
So talking about that, and I think we can wrap up with that, and I want to ask each panelist to give a view on that, saying we've talked about all of this amazing technology. It's already rolled out. I asked the question around NIR, Malcolm, of how many people or the industry is it applied in South Africa? And the answer was yes, widely. Everybody uses it. The question is, in the next 5 years, where would you see, do we see any revolution, any kind of disruptive technology in terms of AI entering the South African storage market, the handling and storage market in South Africa? So maybe I'll start off with Jaap. If I can ask you to comment your final comments on that question, or any other final view that you wanted to share with the audience.
Sorry, I just need to leave the room 1 second. From my point of view, the way I see it, and I think it was very interesting, one of the comments which Malcolm made, is that there are many very disruptive technologies, but many times they're very expensive. And I think also, besides being disruptive in technology, we also, as an industry, we need to be disruptive in, let's say, the prices of those technologies, and it needs to be accessible to a lot of people. And I think that is where we, for example, we don't sell a hardware device; it's a lending contract, and then we it's a fee per analysis or a monthly fee. So it's not a lot of capex for a lot of people. Maybe big companies don't have an issue paying such prices, but many, let's say, cooperatives or elevators, they do have that. So we believe that if there's a lot of accessibility to our technologies and also to our business models, then I think it will become a huge game changer. And I believe in agriculture, there's a lot of things to do. So I'm also not that concerned about competition, because I think there's enough room for everybody. And one last thing, which I found very interesting, what Faraday just mentioned, is we need to have that information at the table and we need to centralize it. So if I imagine Zoomagri with all those devices around the world, our clients need to be able to centralize that data in one point where they can also indeed use that data, because otherwise we generate a lot of data, but we don't use it. So yeah, that is a little bit the view I have for the next 5 years. And again, I think there's a lot of things to do. So I'm very excited about the future.
So centralizing data maybe, or getting these centralized repositories maybe of data to improve the overall efficiency over the next 5 years. Malcolm, your view on this question and last comments from you.
Sure. What I was speaking about earlier is a real big, expensive system which can perform a very unique task. But a comment I have is that mobile technology is, everybody's got a cell phone. And a cell phone can have any type of image analysis or optical system in it. I mean, our cell phones, we're not upgrading the fact that we can phone anywhere, we're upgrading the fact that the phone can take photos and videos, etc. So why not have optical technology in your phones which allow you to, from a mobile platform, analyze what these big expensive machines are doing. So I think that's the future. I think that's a seriously disruptive technology which is gaining speed exponentially. And people like ourselves who are supplying high-end laboratory equipment need to stay abreast of this, because mobile technology, and as Jaap said, bringing the cost of the technology down and more focused on the application and not so much the hardware is the future for us.
Oh, that's fascinating. I just saw some of those latest cameras in the telephones. The quality is just amazing. So you can imagine what you can do with that hardware. It's already there. I think that's a critical point that you raised.
We already have optics within washing machines, which when you just throw your clothes in, it will determine what type of material your clothes are made of and select the correct cycle for that.
That's amazing.
And I can see that you're going to take out your cell phone and you're going to scan your crop of wheat and be able to determine protein and moisture content through your cell phone. And then the technologies, and then the information is open to everybody. You can share that wherever you want.
That's amazing. Francois, your views, around disruptive technologies. I think you have so much experience in this breeding space, and there are just some things in the real world that you cannot speed up, and some things that just need to happen to understand. And I think breeding is maybe, you can do some things faster, but then you've got these biological realities. Your last thoughts on this topic?
Yeah, I think I'm going to take the easy way out and ask for the next 20 years, not the next 5 years. And I would like to focus a little bit more on the sequencing again. So at the end, it's just a type of sensor. And like we're seeing a lot of sensors in the harvesters now as well. So if the costs could be managed and technology improves, I can't see why it can't be incorporated in a harvester or a combine, for instance. And then you can generate all that big data that can be linked to a passport, can be linked to the whole supply chain at the end of the day, and you can utilize that even before you move it to storage. And I think we're building all the data pipelines will be able to handle all that information going forward. Cost dependent, obviously.
Excellent. Thanks for that, Francois. And Ferdy, you've got the last word. Any last thoughts around your disruptive technologies?
I liked your comment on 5 minutes for breeding, or 50 years or 20 years from his side. That's quite interesting. But in terms of a last word, I think AI defined is computers talking to computers, and they have a conversation day and night, but somebody needs to oversee that. Somebody needs to extract something from it. So I think the biggest disruptors should actually be ourselves, because we've been over-catered with choices for technology. We've been over-catered with the information these things put on the table, but sometimes we don't act on it. And it is, how do we embrace, like I said initially, what do you have? What's your crayon set that you have? And let's start to draw with that thing and extract as much as possible from what you have, and then you plug in things to actually make that specific thing just so much better. And if it gets down to putting CO2 on or ozone on something, we also have this perception. Everybody said this is a very dry country. It is. But if you've handled soya beans from a farmer and there's a tarpaulin over it and it stands for 4 hours in the sun, then suddenly that soya bean is swollen. And it means there's moisture in places that we don't even consider for toxic things to breed on sites. And there's places where plants are designed and they're standing on fountains and we're constantly pumping water. So we're so close to that environment. Our crop might not be produced in the middle of the Congo where you think all these things happen. But there's the everywhere in between that these things lurk. And so from NIR technology, yeah, like I said, I mean, they do these things online, and they have built it for combines years ago already. It is like all things. You need to manufacture 1 million of them, then it'll be affordable, like the cell phone, and give it to you on a contract. But I think the end of it, I would say the disruptors should be ourselves, because the data is on the table and we need to challenge ourselves to actually engage. That's it. Take that leap.
Thanks very much for that. I think colleagues and ladies and gentlemen on the audience, I think this has been a fascinating session. I've learned a lot. As an economist, I'm extremely excited to always learn what the technologies, it's already there. And the research that's been done in this environment is already there. And I think, Ferry, you're absolutely right. It's the people that are driving it that will make the difference. Also the speed of adoption. And this speaks back to a lot of the topics that we had also in the sessions yesterday and the previous day is around it speaks back to this investment-friendly environment. And that's linked to technology, reducing the risk, investing in the efficiency of the supply chain and the food system in South Africa that's actually performing excellent and providing affordable, safe food in sufficient volumes and even exporting into international markets. Thanks again for all your comments, all your questions also from the audience. And I'm certain that the contact details are available for the panelists for further discussions if there are any. Thanks very much.
This concludes the third day of the Agbiz Grain Symposium. Thank you to Prof. Ferry Meyer and his panel, and all of you that joined us today. I invite all of you to join us again tomorrow at 9 o'clock on discussion, Grain and Oilseed Markets Outlook Beyond 2021. Lastly, I appreciate again to our sponsors who made this symposium possible. Thank you and enjoy your day.